The 97th Plenary Meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will now consider Agenda Item 131, entitled The Responsibility to Protect and the Prevention of Genocide, War Crimes, Ethnic Cleansing, and Crimes Against Humanity. The documentation under this item is listed in the Journal of the United Nations. In accordance with Rule 70 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, I now give the floor to Mr. Eli Courtney Ratry, Chief de Cabinet of the Executive Office of the Secretary General, to make a statement on behalf of the Secretary General.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 21 years ago, world leaders made a milestone commitment to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Each state has a primary responsibility to protect its own people. And in cases where national authorities have failed to do so, member states undertook a promise to take collective, timely, and decisive action in line with the UN Charter. Atrocity crimes can happen anywhere, but their effects on the world and on our humanity are shared. While prevention begins at home, it can be supported collectively. Excellencies, the report we are discussing today, the 18th since this commitment was made, takes stock of 2 decades of progress. It includes a clear reaffirmation of the responsibility of states to ensure constructive and sustained cooperation with affected communities, civil society, regional organizations, and the United Nations. And it includes inspiring examples of national, regional, and institutional leadership in bringing this commitment to life. From the power of preventive diplomacy and dialogue, early warning, and institutional innovations to prevent atrocity crimes in periods of stability and instability alike, to the importance of applying an atrocity prevention lens to identify risks faced by particular populations, to building independent and impartial justice systems that people can trust, to supporting independent media and civil society groups as they carry out their essential work, and to our progress in embedding atrocity prevention across the UN humanitarian, political, and peace-building work and in peace operations. Excellencies, this report is not only about looking back. It's also about taking action now. The responsibility to protect commitment is more vital than ever. The world faced more than 120 conflicts last year. Conflicts are becoming more protracted, more complex, and more interconnected. We see widespread violations of international law and a growing sense of impunity. Technology is heightening the danger with sophisticated and increasingly autonomous new weaponry, including drones that are able to inflict massive harm on populations. And online hate speech, misinformation, and disinformation are spread and amplified in an instant. Too often, early warning signs are ignored, and responses are often too little, too late. This report makes specific calls to strengthen the responsibility to protect norm for this new era of instability and geopolitical risk. At the national level, it calls on member states to invest in national prevention and protection programming, and forge partnerships with civil society by designating focal points and establishing new domestic institutional arrangements. At the regional level and at the multilateral levels, it calls for integrating atrocity prevention right across all the tools of peacemaking, conflict prevention, and humanitarian efforts, including mediation and preventive diplomacy and dialogue, as well as security, technological, human rights, and accountability frameworks. We need to be proactive and vigilant and act before warning signs become mass graves. Where atrocity crimes have occurred, the responsibility does not end when the violence stops. Non-recurrence requires truth, justice, accountability, reparations, institutional reform, and the meaningful participation of survivors. It requires that women's voices are heard and actively shape these processes with a gender perspective woven throughout every step. I encourage member states to join and implement relevant international legal instruments, including the Convention on the Protection and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Excellencies, the responsibility to protect goes to the heart of our mission at the United Nations. It provides a practical pathway to prevention and peace, rooted in our shared humanity and the dignity of every person. 2 decades on, let's keep the promise world leaders made in 2005. Let's ensure that atrocity prevention and protecting populations become a permanent and universal practice everywhere. I thank you.
I thank the Chief de Cabinet. Before proceeding further, as agreed at the General Committee meeting of 18th May 2026, and announced in the President's letter dated 20th May 2026, I propose that the time limits for statements in the debate on this item be 5 minutes for individual delegations speaking in their national capacity, and 7 minutes for statements made on behalf of group of states. Is there any objection to this proposal? I hear none. It is so decided. Accordingly, pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the Speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cut off. To assist delegations in managing their time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screens. Please be aware that the remaining speaking time is displayed on the left-hand side of the rostrum. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends on the responsibility to protect.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 55 members of the group of friends of the responsibility to protect, which is co-chaired this year by Guatemala, Morocco, and my own country, Luxembourg. We would like to thank the Chef de Cabinet, Ambassador Courtney Rattray, for his statement, and we also thank the Secretary General for his important report, Sustained Implementation of the Responsibility to Protect at the national, regional, and multilateral levels. The report stresses that in the context of escalating armed conflicts, geopolitical fragmentation, and growing disregard for international law, atrocity prevention cannot be reactive or episodic. It must be embedded across periods of stability, emerging risks, active crisis, and post-conflict recovery. This year's debate is taking place when populations around the globe are facing extreme levels of violence, mass atrocities, and displacement. The multilateral system is facing profound strain. deep geopolitical divisions, inconsistent responses to conflicts and atrocities, blatant violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, and growing impunity for atrocity crimes have contributed to a widening gap between the international community's commitment to R2P and its consistent application. As unanimously agreed by the General Assembly in 2005, the collective responsibility to protect populations from atrocity crimes should transcend political divisions, geopolitical rivalries, and competing interests. Efforts to prevent such crimes must never be conditional, selective, or secondary to political considerations. When protection fails, it is civilians who pay the price, in lives lost, communities destroyed, and entire populations forced to flee. This annual General Assembly debate on R2P is not an abstract or symbolic exercise. It is an opportunity for member states to reaffirm that mass atrocity crimes are never inevitable, to collectively confront what is at stake when prevention fails, and to assess whether our commitments are matched by action. It is a space that must keep urgency at its core, because for those at risk, these debates are measured not in words, but in whether protection arrives in time or whether it fails to arrive at all. Mr. President, we also would like to recognize the important progress that has been made in strengthening global understanding of the drivers and risks of atrocity crimes, as well as progress made in developing the tools, the institutions and partnerships needed to prevent atrocities. Over time, atrocity prevention has become more firmly embedded in national and multilateral frameworks, reflecting a growing recognition that the protection of populations is a shared responsibility that requires sustained attention and institutional commitment. Since 2005, more than a dozen member states have established dedicated national mechanisms for atrocity prevention, and over 60 have appointed national focal points for R2P. While these developments are significant, progress remains fragile, uneven, and insufficient, and continued political will is essential to translate commitment into consistent action. Upholding the responsibility to protect requires sustained and coordinated action across the entire multilateral system, with each actor fulfilling its part within existing mandates and capacities. Member states bear primary responsibility to protect populations and to turn commitments into action, both bilaterally and through engagement in multilateral fora. The United Nations Secretariat, including through the work of the Special Advisors on the Prevention of Genocide and the Responsibility to Protect, and the wider human rights pillar, plays a central role in early warning, analysis, and system-wide prevention efforts. At the same time, the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, and this General Assembly remain indispensable in ensuring timely attention to emerging risks, responding to atrocities, and keeping justice, accountability, and the protection of civilians at the center of international decision-making. We also welcome the ongoing process for the negotiation of a convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity, building on the International Law Commission's draft articles as an important opportunity to strengthen the international legal framework for atrocity prevention and accountability. We encourage continued constructive engagement in this process. Yet collective action is too frequently overshadowed by deep geopolitical divisions, double standards, violations of international law, and growing impunity. It is only through more consistent and principled engagement that the promise of R2P can be made effective in practice. In this context, civil society remains indispensable, particularly in ensuring that the voices and experiences of affected communities meaningfully inform international responses. We thank the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect for their invaluable work as Secretariat of the Global Network of R2P Focal Points and the Group of Friends, both here in New York and in Geneva. Mr. President, the responsibility to protect was never intended to be aspirational rhetoric, but a shared commitment to prevent the gravest crimes before they occur. Doing better requires more than reaffirmation. It demands consistency, political courage, and sustained engagement across all parts of the international system. Let us therefore ensure that each of us upholds our individual responsibility and through collective action, stand on the side of those whose lives are at risk. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia, also speaking on behalf of New Zealand.
Thank you, President, and I particularly thank the Chef de Cabinet for presenting the report this morning. As mentioned, I deliver this statement on behalf of Australia and New Zealand. The thematic report this morning for 2026 is obviously a critical contribution, and also I take this moment to acknowledge the important work of Special Advisor on the responsibility to protect, Ms. Mo Bleeker, who's also in the room with us today. Today's debate provides an important moment to reflect on the unanimous agreement made by the General Assembly 21 years ago, committing to the collective responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. In this regard, we make 3 points. First, the responsibility to protect is at the core of member state responsibilities and obligations to protect their populations from atrocities. President, to reiterate what was stated in the report, the responsibility to protect begins at home. National ownership and leadership are crucial for R2P to become sustainable and effective. Second, we agree that implementation of R2P must be rooted in evidence-based advocacy, monitoring, and capacity building. This ensures that state and non-state actors can assess and understand atrocity vulnerabilities, patterns, and triggers. This will help them fulfill their protection responsibilities. For this reason, Australia commissioned the R2P Framework for Action, a joint publication of the Asia-Pacific Centre for the Responsibility to Protect and the Global Centre for the Responsibility to Protect. The framework sets out practical measures that states can adopt to strengthen resilience and implement R2P. Third, if a state is manifestly failing to meet its protection responsibilities, the international community must respond in a timely and decisive manner through peaceful means and, where necessary, collective action consistent with the United Nations Charter. It can and should be a cooperative endeavour achieved through negotiation, capacity building and mediation. To be sustainable, it must involve dialogue between states, affected communities, civil society and the United Nations. At its core, R2P affirms the enduring principle that civilian populations must be protected from grave atrocities that threaten peace and security. 21 years on, the challenge is not whether we remain committed to R2P, but how we strengthen its implementation. And Australia and New Zealand remain committed to working with all member states to advance protection, strengthen resilience, and ensure populations are protected from atrocity crimes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, as well as Armenia, Andorra and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. We thank the Secretary General and his team for his report and his chef de cabinet for this statement today. We also thank the Special Advisor on responsibility to protect for her crucial work. The figures set out in the ESG's report are deeply troubling. In 2025, over 120 armed conflicts were recorded around the globe, resulting in more than 40,000 deaths. As of early 2026, some 239 million people needed urgent humanitarian assistance, and over 170 million were forcibly displaced worldwide. Women and children bear a disproportionate share of this suffering. These are not abstractions. They are a daily indictment of our collective failure to act. They make the responsibility to protect not a principle for the history books, but an urgent imperative for today. The Secretary General's report reminds us that R2P is, at its core, a cooperative commitment. As the report states, dialogue and cooperation between states, affected communities, civil society, and the United Nations can strengthen prevention and protection efforts, strengthen national ownership, and support resilience. The European Union and its member states wholeheartedly embrace this vision. We will not protect populations from atrocity crimes by working alone. We must come together across governments, institutions, regions, and communities. And it is in that spirit that the EU and its member states remain firmly committed to R2P in all its pillars and dimensions: prevention, protection, and non-recurrence. Effective prevention requires sustained national policies, evidence-based risk assessment, and attention to the specific needs of persons in vulnerable situations. The report rightly highlights the role of disinformation, hate speech, and incitement to hatred and violence as drivers of atrocity risk. Addressing these is not only a matter of freedom of expression policy, but a prevention imperative. The report also flags discriminatory policies against women and girls as an atrocity risk indicator, and we echo the call for gender equality and women's full enjoyment of human rights to be treated as integral components of any prevention strategy. When prevention fails, protection must follow, and that requires timely and decisive collective action. We reiterate our call on all member states, and particularly those holding veto power, to support the ACT Code of Conduct and the French-Mexican initiative on refraining from the use of veto in situations of mass atrocities. Where the Security Council is unable to act, we must not be paralyzed. The General Assembly can and should fulfill its role, including through the Uniting for Peace procedure. R2P and accountability are two sides of the same coin. The fight against impunity is not only a matter of justice for victims, it is also one of the most powerful tools for prevention. When perpetrators know that they will be held accountable, atrocity crimes become less likely. This is why the European Union and its member states reaffirm their unwavering support for the International Criminal Court and call on all states that have not yet done so to ratify and fully implement the Rome Statute. We also reiterate our support to all other international courts and tribunals, as well as cooperation mechanisms, and we recall the adoption in 2023 of the Ljubljana-The Hague Convention already signed by 40 states. No one, regardless of the position of power, must be allowed to escape justice. Cooperation, the very concept at the heart of R2P, is also what drives us forward in building the legal architecture to prevent and punish atrocity crimes. The Pact for the Future, in its Action 14G, calls us on to redouble our efforts to end impunity and ensure accountability for violation of international humanitarian law, the most serious crimes under international law, including genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocity crimes. We must answer that call, particularly at the time when multilateralism and international law are under strain. When the international legal order, based on international law, is being tested, we must demonstrate that the United Nations remains capable of delivering on issues that unite us by their very nature, and of advancing international law for the protection of all people. The ongoing process aimed at elaborating and concluding a convention on the prevention and punishment on crimes against humanity is a powerful demonstration of exactly that, of our collective capacity for constructive engagement on issues of universal relevance. The European Union and its member states have supported this process from the outset and urge all member states to engage constructively with a view to adopting a convention that is sound, widely supported, and truly effective. Mr. President, to conclude, R2P was born from failures to uphold the promise of never again after World War II, from the horrors of tragedies that live in our collective memory. 21 years on, we cannot fail again, and that promise must be renewed and held with even more vigor and determination. Cooperation is what we need. Cooperation to prevent, cooperation to protect, cooperation to hold perpetrators accountable, and cooperation to build the legal frameworks that make accountability possible. The European Union and its member states are determined to play their full part. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Estonia on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries: Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Estonia. We would like to thank the Secretary General for his report on the sustained implementation of the responsibility to protect at the national, regional, and multilateral levels. Since the adoption of the responsibility to protect in 2005, the Nordic Baltic countries have been strong supporters of the United Nations efforts in this field. Today, 20 years later, as the fundamental principles and values of the United Nations are constantly challenged, it is crucial to reaffirm our commitment to this essential principle. War crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and ethnic cleansing continue to affect populations across many parts of the world. According to the report, in 2025, there were over 120 armed conflicts recorded around the globe. This serves as a stark reminder that the protection of civilians from atrocity crimes remains an urgent responsibility of all states and of the international community as a whole. Every day, we witness the suffering of innocent civilians, particularly women and children, whether in the Middle East, Ukraine, or elsewhere. As members of the United Nations, we share a responsibility to prevent and respond to atrocity crimes. The R2P requires our continued attention and unwavering resolve. Modern conflicts are increasingly shaped by new technologies, including drones, artificial intelligence, and digital warfare. The use of disinformation, hate speech, and incitement to violence fuels tensions and places civilian populations at even greater risk. Disinformation and technological change do not diminish legal obligations. International law must be respected at all times and by all parties. The R2P is not only a commitment to respond to crises, it is first and foremost a commitment to prevent them, primarily at the national level. It reaffirms the responsibility of each state to protect every population and every individual under its jurisdiction from wide-scale violence and persecution. Preventing violent conflict, building strong domestic frameworks, and early warning mechanisms are important steps in protecting populations from atrocity crimes. When prevention fails, however, the international community must take collective action in accordance with the UN Charter. United Nations Commissions of Inquiry and other independent investigative mechanisms play an indispensable role in documenting violations, preventing evidence, and supporting accountability efforts, and providing victims and survivors with a pathway to justice. The ongoing process aimed at the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes Against Humanity further reflects our shared commitment on matters of universal. Accountability is essential for the victims, but also for prevention. Those responsible for the most serious international crimes must be held accountable. In this regard, we reiterate that national jurisdictions should be primarily responsible for the investigation and prosecution of those responsible, including on the basis of universal jurisdiction, while international courts and tribunals, including the ICJ, ICC, and the International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals, also play an important role. We further welcome the establishing of the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine and underscore that the Russian leadership responsible for the suffering of the Ukrainian population must be brought to justice. The Nordic Baltic countries remain committed to strengthening international cooperation, advancing accountability, and upholding international law in order to protect populations from the gravest international crimes. Only sustained efforts, both at the national, regional, and multilateral level, as also outlined in the Secretary General's report, can lead to the successful implementation of the responsibility to protect. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Estonia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Costa Rica is grateful for the presentation of the Secretary General's 18th report on the responsibility to protect. At a time of growing geopolitical fragmentation and weakening of respect for international law and international humanitarian law, the prevention of atrocities must not be viewed as an exceptional response to crises, but rather as a permanent function of democratic governance, the rule of law, and international cooperation. Costa Rica wishes to make 3 points. First, we agree with the Secretary General that the responsibility to protect remains fully relevant as a framework for preventing genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. R2P provides a framework for identifying risks, vulnerabilities, patterns, and triggers of atrocities before violence becomes irreversible. For this reason, R2P should be integrated into public policies in early warning systems and policies aimed at protecting human rights, combating discrimination, and safeguarding civic space. Second, we emphasize the need for sustained implementation of R2P at the national, regional, and multilateral levels. Costa Rica considers it essential to strengthen national R2P focal points, regional prevention networks, cooperation with international organizations, and the link between New York and Geneva, particularly with the Human Rights Council, its special procedures, and investigative and accountability mechanisms. Third, prevention is most effective when it involves those who are the first to recognize early warning signs, affected communities, women, youth, vulnerable populations, human rights defenders, journalists, local leaders, and civil society. Prevention strategies must therefore be developed through meaningful participation, a gender perspective, and by paying attention to the structural causes of atrocities, including exclusion, inequality, hate speech, impunity, and institutional erosion. President, 20 years on from the adoption of the responsibility to protect, Costa Rica reaffirms its commitment to a culture of prevention and protection grounded in international law, human dignity, and timely collective action.
Of Costa Rica, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the delegation of Senegal would like to thank the Secretary General for his report, Sustained Implementation of the Responsibility to Protect at the National, Regional, and Multilateral Levels. This document takes stock of 20 years that have passed since the 2005 World Summit. It gives us a clear-sighted analysis of the current context in which there are atrocity crimes being committed and proposes concrete ways forward to root prevention and protection in public policy, crisis resilience, and post-conflict reconstruction. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends of R2P and would like to make the following comments in a national capacity. Mr. President, by unanimously adopting paragraphs 138 and 139 of the outcome document of the 2005 World Summit, the international community forcefully reaffirmed the responsibility of each state to protect its population against genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. 20 years later, these commitments remain searingly relevant. As the report underscores, over 120 armed conflicts were reported on our planet in 2025. Some have lasted for over 2 decades. They've resulted in roughly 50,000 civilian victims between December 2024 and November 2025, many of them women and children. On top of that, on top of this bleak picture, there are 236 million people in humanitarian distress and 117 million displaced by conflict. On top of that comes technological transformation, drones, AI, digital warfare, disinformation, hate speech, and incitement to violence. These are exacerbating these risks and crises. Against this backdrop, prevention is the cornerstone. Senegal believes respect for human rights, good governance, inclusion, and the rule of law are the best bulwarks against atrocity. This is why it's so urgent that we continue sustained implementation of R2P underpinned by 3 pillars. The prospects of prevention in national policy are vital, especially through the designation of national focal points, strengthening institutions, the fight against discrimination, and the promotion of dialogue with civil society. On top of that, my delegation shares the views spotlighted in the report, that is, the need for each state to take ownership of R2P, to mainstream R2P through its prevention policies, crisis prevention policies, the protection of civilians and human rights, that is, to ensure that there's no selectivity, no double standards when this principle is applied. Mr. President, through cooperation and prevention, R2P is always forward-looking. We need to ensure that we punish these crimes to dissuade their reoccurrence. This is why we need to continue supporting international criminal justice, in particular the ICC and the ICJ, by also closing any international legal framework gaps. This is why the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes Against Genocide and the Convention being negotiated on crimes against humanity are particularly important. We must continue these efforts, including transitional justice efforts. These transitional justice efforts, on top of security sector reform and the incorporation of lessons learned in national strategies, is particularly important. To this end, regional organizations, as they're very close to local contexts, they have a good grasp of them, play an irreplaceable role in early warning, mediation, and prevention. Fully in keeping with Resolution A/Res/79/329, we encourage better coordination between the United Nations and the African Union on this front. By way of conclusion, my delegation would like to support consistent implementation of R2P at all levels. Against this backdrop, the Security Council and the GA should continue playing an active role in this process. Through cooperation, solidarity, and mutual respect, we will be able to transform our commitments into concrete deeds, concrete action, protecting human dignity and preventing the horrors of the past from coming to be repeated. Senegal remains very committed to actively contributing to this collective effort. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we thank you for convening this annual meeting on this item, and we thank the special advisor on this item for her efforts, and we welcome the report of the Secretary General. We align ourselves to the statement delivered on behalf of the group of friends on R2P. We believe that this prevention should not be conditional on reaction. It should be included in good governance through the different levels. And we stress the importance of national ownership and long-term political will, and implement the principle at all levels without selectivity or double standards, which undermine the credibility of international system. We give special attention to enhancing early warning systems and to incorporate prevention in national policies. We stress that the Security Council, according to its mandate, should incorporate this principle by preventing the avoiding the use of veto in cases of mass atrocities. It is the principle that is supported by the majority of member states. In this connection, the state of Qatar stresses that the suffering of the Palestinian people in the occupied territories, including in Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza, is a true test to the credibility of international community in applying this principle without selectivity. Mr. President, Qatar's commitment to this principle comes from its belief in enhancing the pillars of collective defense and collective security. In this connection, Qatar supported this principle at all levels, and I am honored that my country will be a co-chair of the group of friends on the responsibility to protect. The state of Qatar believes that prevention is the core of protection, and it plays a role in this at national, regional, and multilateral levels. Nationally, our commitment took the form in our Vision 2030, which puts humans at the core of development, and we are party to all conventions on human rights that are now domesticated in our national law. Regionally, we used our mediation efforts as we believe that the prevention is the first line of defense to prevent mass atrocities. We continue to provide humanitarian and development assistance to many vulnerable states or countries in post-conflict situations, and through national institutions that are part in many initiatives with the UN. At the multilateral level, Qatar is supportive of the UN system and cooperates with regional and international organizations and exchange information in this connection. As a member to the Human Rights Council, we continue to support this principle of responsibility to protect. In conclusion, Qatar is proud to be a member to the group of friends of the responsibility to protect. We express our readiness to engage with all parties to translate our commitment to a concrete action to prevent the commission of these crimes and their recurrence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Representative of Qatar. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Croatia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union on behalf of its member states and of Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends of the responsibility to protect. And I would like to add some remarks in my national capacity. We thank the Secretary General for his report and for its clear message. R2P must be sustained not only in moments of crisis, but across the continuum, from stability and emerging risk to active conflict and post-conflict recovery. Sustainable peace requires truth, justice, remembrance, and institutions capable of preventing recurrence. We understand this firsthand. Croatia has continually supported R2P as we see it as a key principle around which the international community can coalesce when faced with genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. We thank the Special Advisor on the Responsibility to Protect, Ms. Mo Bleeker, for her vital work. Croatia values the work of the Joint Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect and welcomes the complementary cooperation between the two special advisors. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the Global Center for R2P. Mr. President, last year we marked 20 years since the adoption of R2P. The Secretary General described it as a ray of hope and, too often, an unfulfilled promise. Today's global context makes that promise more urgent. Prevention, protection of civilians, peace building, and sustaining peace must remain at the center of our collective agenda. We hope this understanding will remain central to the vision and priorities of the next Secretary General. The report makes clear that protection of populations must be a constant responsibility, not a last resort. And looking at R2P as a constant responsibility also means understanding it as a comprehensive one. The three pillars of the United Nations are not separate or isolated tracks. Human rights, peace and security, and sustainable development reinforce and reflect on one another. Atrocity prevention must therefore be integrated across the work of the Security Council, the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, the Peace-Building Commission, and the UN system as a whole. R2P will fulfill its promises only by implementation. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Croatia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guatemala.
Mr. President, Guatemala aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Group of Friends on the Responsibility to Protect, which we are honored to co-chair together with Luxembourg and Morocco. In addition, we are grateful for the presentation of the Secretary General's report, which provides valuable proposals to integrate prevention and protection into public policies, particularly during the post-conflict recovery phase. This debate is being held against an international backdrop marked by increasing geopolitical tensions, more than 120 armed conflicts, and serious violations of human rights, which all reaffirm the relevance of the responsibility to protect. This year, Guatemala is commemorating the 30th anniversary of the signing of the peace agreements. 3 decades on from that historic event, the country has moved forwards in consolidating democracy and human rights. However, we recognize that atrocity prevention and peace building must be sustained policy and practice. In this context, Guatemala promotes the humanitarian search mechanism for persons disappeared during the internal armed conflict, as well as the plan for reparations and dignity for the victims of this conflict, coordinated by the Presidential Commission for Peace and Human Rights. This allows the state to provide a comprehensive response to address a historic debt to victims and their families, guaranteeing the right to truth, justice, and reparations. In accordance with the appeal by the Secretary General to strengthen cooperation between states, civil society, and the United Nations to prevent and respond to atrocity crimes, we highlight that Guatemala recently hosted an official visit from the Working Group on Forced or Involuntary Disappearances. This allowed us to reaffirm our commitment to dialogue and cooperation with international human rights mechanisms and to strengthening accountability. President, Guatemala will continue to work both at the national and multilateral level to ensure that the protection of persons remains a priority. In this context, our country shares the view that the responsibility to protect begins at home. And we trust that through specific action, it is possible to prevent the commission of atrocities and to promote lasting peace. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guatemala. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, President. Genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity are unconscionable acts against the core values of human civilization. In the aftermath of genocides in Rwanda and Srebrenica, the R2P construct was presented with great fanfare during the 2005 World Summit as a bulwark against such heinous crimes in future. Yet over 20 years down the road, and with an unprecedented high number of conflicts around the world, the edifice of responsibility to protect stands on tenuous grounds. Our shared objective to protect fundamental human rights and to prevent recurrence of mass atrocities is often obfuscated by inaction, denial, selectivity, and paralysis. And nowhere is this void more evident than in situations of prolonged conflict and foreign occupation, where atrocities have been committed with impunity in full glare of international attention. No responsibility, no protection, no accountability. The promise of never again unfulfilled. President, it is pertinent to recall that a 2005 outcome document presented the concept of responsibility to protect as a balance between individual responsibility of states and the collective responsibility of the international community. It is a dramatic reversal that those who were pushing to act, even under controversial concepts like unilateral humanitarian intervention at that time, are not willing today to fulfill the collective responsibility that was agreed in 2005. Occupiers are still shielded, and their grave atrocities against besieged people struggling for their rights still overlooked, lacking credible response from the international community. And in other instances, efforts of national governments to protect their people and to establish peace in their territories are undermined by political and economic pressures, interference, and support for rebel and terrorist groups. President, if responsibility to protect is to retain credibility as a pristine humanitarian doctrine, that would require consistency and uniform, non-selective application in line with the UN Charter and international law. That entails a comprehensive approach. Instead of reacting after a crisis has unfolded, we shall have to make sustained investment in prevention, early warning, peacekeeping, and peace building. The international community must do more to peacefully resolve long-running conflicts and major disputes on the agenda of the Security Council in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and international legitimacy. And we shall have to unapologetically confront hate speech, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and other grotesque ideologies that disrupt societies, breed discrimination and violence. President, this remains the most realistic pathway to honor those who have fallen victim to atrocity crimes, and to protect our future generations, and to restore our faith in multilateral action, justice, and accountability. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the international community has made important progress over the past 2 decades, atrocity crimes continue to occur in many parts of the world amid an increasingly complex risk environment. As the Secretary General's report highlights, evolving technologies alongside other emerging challenges are reshaping the context in which atrocity risks arise. In our view, this demands renewed approaches to prevention and protection. Against this backdrop, allow me to offer 4 brief reflections. First, on where R2P belongs. Over the past 2 decades, its preventive principles have increasingly informed the UN's work on the protection of civilians, peace building, and human rights. While R2P has distinct focus on atrocity prevention, its prevention lens should be systematically integrated into these efforts throughout the conflict cycle. Most importantly, atrocity prevention should be explicitly embedded in the national prevention strategies, alongside the protection of civilians and human rights as part of continuum. This is the surest way to mainstream R2P in practice, and I hope future reports will highlight such national good practices. Second, on new technologies. The report identifies drones, AI, and digital warfare as emerging atrocity drivers, but identifying this risk is only the first step. These technologies are reshaping how atrocity crimes are incited, planned, and committed. We encourage the office to develop concrete guidance on adapting early warning mechanisms to technology-enabled atrocity risk and to connect this work with the Global Digital Compact. Third, on codification. Both of the treaty conversations before us turn on the idea that sovereignty entails responsibility. The ongoing negotiation of a Convention on Crimes Against Humanity provides an important opportunity to translate this principle into international law, and we see the Convention as a natural fulfillment of the commitment made in 2005. The same preventive logic can also inform the PPED Convention. While keeping R2P firmly confined to its established scope of the 4 atrocity crimes, we welcome that kinship offered and not imposed. Finally, accountability still matters. Without accountability, the promise of non-recurrence cannot be fulfilled, and prevention remains incomplete. States bear the primary responsibility to investigate and prosecute such crimes. Where they are unable or unwilling to do so, international justice mechanisms, including the International Criminal Court, remain an indispensable complement. Mr. President, as the United Nations prepares for its next chapter beyond the UN80, we must ensure that the enduring normative value of R2P continues to guide our collective efforts to prevent atrocity crimes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Portugal thanks the Secretary General for his report on responsibility to protect. Its message is clear. The responsibility to protect cannot be a slogan for moments of horror. It must be a policy for every day. The world before us is deeply troubling. More than 120 armed conflicts, over 117 million people were forcibly displaced, civilians targeted, humanitarian workers attacked, accountability mechanisms under pressure, hate speech, disinformation, and incitement used as weapons of war. These are not isolated trends. They are warning signs, and warning signs must lead to action. Portugal shares the Secretary General's concern about the erosion of respect for international law and the growing pressure on those who defend it. United Nations experts, human rights defenders, journalists, humanitarian workers, and elected members of the International Court, as well as in other international courts, must not be intimidated. They must be protected. Because impunity and accountability cannot be selective. Mr. President, R2P begins at home, but it does not end there. It requires national ownership. It requires early warning. It requires evidence-based analysis. It requires the voices of civil society, affected communities, and survivors. And it requires consistency across national, regional, and multilateral action. Prevention must start before atrocities are imminent, before the headlines and before the graves. That means investing in resilient institutions, fighting discrimination and hate speech, protecting minorities, upholding the rule of law, supporting independent media, and ensuring that peace-building, human rights, development, and security work together, not in silos. Mr. President, Portugal's commitment to the responsibility to protect is long-standing and unwavering. Our participation in peacekeeping operations embodies this commitment through our focus on protection of civilians, which is particularly clear in the action of our quick reaction force in MINUSCA. We are proud members of the group of friends of R2P. We support universal ratification of the Rome Statute and Genocide Convention. And during our chairmanship of the Sixth Committee in 2024, we worked very actively to advance negotiations towards a Convention on Crimes Against Humanity, the only one of the 4 R2P crimes still without a dedicated multilateral treaty. Portugal will also bring the commitment to the Security Council as an incoming member for 27-28. Our campaign motto was prevent, partner, protect. These words were a pledge to prevent atrocity crimes, to protect populations at risk, and to do so through genuine partnership with the United Nations, regional organizations, member states, and civil society. We also support restraint in the use of the veto in situations involving serious risk of atrocity crimes. When populations face genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, or crimes against humanity, the Council must be able to act, and it must act in time. Mr. President, in concluding, the responsibility to protect is not about choosing where humanity applies. It is about refusing to look away. Portugal will continue to stand for a credible, consistent, and sustained implementation of R2P, because prevention is not weakness and protection is not optional. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Portugal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria.
Much, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, Your Excellencies. Nigeria allied itself with the statement delivered by Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends of the responsibility to protect. But Nigeria will love to share a caution that we must ensure that the Charter of the United Nations is not violated because of our desire for responsibility to protect, particularly Article 2.4 and 2.7 of the UN Charter. Article 2.4 prevents the use of force, and Article 2.7 prevents intervention in the internal affairs of another country. On this note, it's significant to note that whenever you trigger a responsibility to protect, the genocide or insecurity complaint thereof must travel beyond your own jurisdiction and your boundaries before you can trigger responsibility to protect, so as to appreciate the reasons behind Article 2.4 and 2.7 of the UN Charter. If that is clear, Nigeria wishes to say that we are guided by this understanding. Nigeria continues to strengthen preventive action through community-based early warning and early response system. This approach is underpinned by stabilization and long-term recovery efforts undertaken through close cooperation across tiers of government in partnership with regional mechanisms. Nigeria will want to share our own experience in respect of domestic issues that leads to responsibility to protect, which is the preventive actions that Nigeria took. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had suspended domestic government in Rivers State in order to prevent the occurrence of insecurity that would have affected life of people, and particularly in safeguarding the investment potential of our partners. Mr. President, Nigeria's contribution to civilian protection and crisis prevention extend beyond national boundaries. Our encouragement in Africa-led peace and security effort, including Liberia and Sierra Leone effort, a long-standing commitment to the objective of responsibility to protect, even prior to the formal articulation as a global norm in 2025. In respect of Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria, which you are aware of, Nigeria seems to be on the engagement with the United States and other countries in the world for partnership rather than unilateral action against civilians. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had called on engagement of the international community to help in prevention of Boko Haram and that insurgency in the northern Nigeria, and that effort between cooperation and collaboration and partnership with President Donald Trump is really giving a lot of good signal and with better reports. Let me say and reiterate that Nigeria is committed to the principle of sovereignty and will not negotiate sovereignty at any point in time. And I think that we are actually, we actually believe that the United Nations is also expected to uphold the principle of sovereignty. If we respect the charters and the principles in the United Nations Charter, then we will have peace and the peace of the geocentric system. We could reduce tension and we could reduce violence against women, children, and young persons if we allow ourselves to respond to protect. We agree that prevention is important. We have to prevent and do all we can do to make sure that we safeguard security of peace and the properties in the geocentric system. Nigeria is intending with the United Nations reform agenda that focus on the doctrine of responsibility to protect, and we continue to play our commitment in this regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank the Secretary General for his report, which analyzes the current context of atrocity crimes and set out options for the sustained implementation of the responsibility to protect. The report rightly underscores that the responsibility to protect focuses on preventing genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, and protecting populations from these crimes, including in contexts that may not meet the threshold of armed conflict. Armenia supports the report's recommendation to strengthen national prevention capacities through effective institutions, early warning mechanisms, and evidence-based risk assessments that enable timely preventive action. The Armenian people know all too well the devastating consequences of atrocity crimes. We firmly believe that preventing genocide and other atrocity crimes is a shared responsibility of all member states. Guided by this conviction, Armenia has consistently advanced the prevention agenda across the United Nations. The International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime, proclaimed by the General Assembly at Armenia's initiative in 2015, has become an important platform for promoting international cooperation on atrocity prevention. Building on this, Armenia initiated the high-level meeting of the General Assembly, marking the 10th anniversary of the International Day last year, bringing together member states to reaffirm our shared commitment to prevention, accountability, and effective multilateral action. Armenia continues to lead the biennial Human Rights Council resolution on the prevention of genocide, adopted again by consensus this March. The resolution promotes an early warning approach to genocide prevention, calls for strengthening the UN's genocide prevention mandate in the context of the UN 80 initiative, and underscores the mandate's essential role in guiding the integration of genocide prevention as a system-wide cross-pillar priority. It also addresses key elements of effective prevention, including the right to truth, gender-based violence, the fight against hate speech and incitement to violence, protection of minorities, and combating denialism. Complementing these preventive efforts, education remains one of the most effective long-term tools for prevention. last month, the General Assembly adopted by consensus the Education for Peace resolution initiated by Armenia, recognizing the role of education in promoting tolerance, mutual understanding, and culture of peace. Mr. President, the United Nations, through its mechanism, bears a central responsibility for ensuring effective early warning and preventive action before situations deteriorate into human tragedy. A discussion on the UN-8 initiative advance, it is essential to strengthen the organization's prevention capacities, including its ability to identify early warning signs and report on emerging risks. Armenia remains committed to working with all partners to advance the responsibility to protect through strengthened prevention, enhanced early warning, and effective collective action. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Armenia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, Turkey welcomes this debate and thanks the Secretary General for this year's report on the responsibility to protect. Conflicts around the world continue to expose civilians to unacceptable levels of violence, human rights violations, and humanitarian tragedies. Similarly, hate crimes, racism, xenophobia, and hatred against Islam are reaching alarming levels. These developments once again demonstrate the relevance of the responsibility to protect and its consistent and impartial application. Addressing these challenges require political will, respect for international law, ensuring accountability, and closer cooperation among member states, the United Nations, and the civil society. Mr. President, the Secretary General's annual report builds upon last year's 20th anniversary stocktaking and focuses on the implementation of the responsibility to protect. We appreciate its practical orientation, and in particular, its clarification that the term atrocity crimes refers exclusively to the 4 crimes identified in 2005 World Summit outcome. Preserving this agreed scope is essential for maintaining the broad consensus achieved in 2005. References to implementation should not be interpreted as creating new legal obligations beyond the agreed framework. Any proposals for further implementation should therefore be considered without prejudice to the national positions of member states, their treaty obligations, and applicable international law. Mr. President, international law must remain the foundation of our collective efforts. We believe that the legal understanding of the responsibility to protect should rest on the broadest consensus of the international community. The existing body of international law governing genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity already provides a solid foundation for both prevention and accountability. Our efforts should focus on ensuring their effective implementation in a legally sound and universally accepted manner. The responsibility to protect can only remain credible if it is implemented consistently and without double standards. The ongoing situation in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory illustrate the importance of ensuring accountability and respect for international law. In this regard, proceedings before the International Court of Justice concerning violations of the Genocide Convention constitute the appropriate legal avenue. In this regard, Mr. President, Turkey remains firmly committed to the prevention of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. We will continue to support efforts to strengthen implementation of the responsibility to protect in a manner that is firmly grounded in international law, applied objectively and impartially, and consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Poland aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. I would like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. More than 2 decades after the adoption of the principle of the responsibility to protect, it remains a vital benchmark for assessing whether states fulfill their most fundamental obligations under international law. The primary responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing rests with each state. Mr. President, Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine demonstrates how far a permanent member of the Security Council can depart from these obligations. The latest reports of the Secretary General on children and armed conflict and on conflict-related sexual violence provide further evidence of this failure. For the fourth consecutive year, Russia has been listed in the annexes of the Children Armed Conflict Report for committing grave violations. This year, it was also included for the first time in the Secretary General's report on conflict-related sexual violence. These findings require a determined international response. Poland underscores the urgent need to ensure full accountability for all violations of international law committed in Ukraine, as well as other instances. Accountability is not only a matter of justice for victims, it is also one of the strongest tools for preventing future atrocity crimes. We therefore reaffirm our support for international accountability mechanisms and for further strengthening the international legal framework against atrocity crimes. The international community must also be able to act when states fail to protect their populations. Poland supports initiatives aimed at restraining the use of the veto in the Security Council in situations involving mass atrocities. That includes the French-Mexican initiative. We also underline the important role of the General Assembly when the Security Council is not fulfilling its responsibilities. Prevention remains the most effective way to protect populations from atrocity crimes. As a Vice Chair of the Peacebuilding Commission in 2025, Poland has witnessed the growing importance of peacebuilding in addressing today's complex security challenges. Our experience confirms that sustainable peace requires national ownership. International support can facilitate peacebuilding efforts, but durable solutions must be nationally led and locally rooted. To conclude, Poland underscores the responsibility to protect remains an essential commitment of the international community. Its credibility depends not on our declarations, but on our collective willingness to prevent atrocities, protect civilians, and ensure accountability whenever these obligations are violated. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. Malta aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and wishes to make the following remarks in its national capacity. We thank the Secretary General for his report and the Special Advisor on the Responsibility to Protect for her continued efforts to advance the implementation of this important framework. The report comes at a time of profound global concern. As armed conflicts proliferate, humanitarian needs continue to rise, and grave violations of international law persist in multiple contexts. The imperative to ensure the principled, timely, and decisive implementation of the responsibility to protect principle across all its dimensions is essential. Behind the alarming figures outlined in the report are individuals and communities facing serious threats to their fundamental rights, security, and dignity. Where warning signs of atrocity crimes emerge, failure to act promptly undermines both our collective commitment to prevention and our responsibility to protect those most at risk. International law remains our strongest safeguard. The further development, application, and implementation of international legal frameworks is essential to ensuring effective and sustained protection for all. In this regard, Malta underscores the importance of continued constructive engagement in the ongoing negotiations towards a Convention on Crimes Against Humanity, which offers an important opportunity to strengthen prevention, cooperation, and accountability. Accountability is not merely a response to atrocity crimes. It is a prerequisite for their prevention. Impunity creates the conditions in which violations recur and escalate. International law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law impose obligations on all states. These obligations are not discretionary, nor can they be applied selectively. All member states bear a responsibility to fully implement their obligations and to proactively ensure respect for these legal frameworks. Malta further reiterates the indispensable role of accountability mechanisms, including the International Criminal Court, international criminal tribunals, and domestic judicial systems. Accountability for atrocities must be pursued consistently and credibly. We also recall the role entrusted to the Security Council under the Charter in addressing situations involving atrocity crimes. Victim-centered justice and the accountability of perpetrators remain essential both to restoring confidence in the rule of law and to deterring future violations. Genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity are among the gravest crimes of concern to the international community. Preventing such crimes requires more than responding to crises after they emerge. It demands sustained efforts to identify and address risks before they escalate. A prevention-centered approach sustained by strengthened capacity building and early warning is indispensable to protecting populations and ensuring that warning signs are met with action rather than hindsight. President, in 1945, member states undertook a collective commitment under the Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Today, the international community is confronted with a choice, whether to reaffirm the commitments we have collectively undertaken or to allow those commitments to be undermined by inaction and impunity. Malta remains firmly committed to working with all member states, the United Nations system, and civil society to strengthen prevention, advance accountability, and ensure meaningful protection for all those vulnerable to atrocity crimes. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malta. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary.
I don't think it's... Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, Hungary aligns itself with the statement of the Group of Friends of the Responsibility to Protect and the statement of the European Union, and wishes to add a few remarks in its national capacity. First, we would like to thank the Secretary General for issuing this annual report on this important topic. The annual reports are instrumental for member states to understand the various aspects of the concept of the responsibility to protect. These reports inform national efforts to strengthen societal resilience against the risk of atrocity crimes, which in turn contributes massively to the prevention of these crimes. More than 2 decades ago, the international community came together around a profound moral and legal breakthrough, the principle that state sovereignty is not a license for absolute impunity, but a solemn responsibility to protect. We must face the uncomfortable fact that the global situation today is far more tense and fragile than it was in 2005. As the UN Secretary General's recent report highlights, the number of conflicts raging across the globe has multiplied throughout the last few decades, devastating lives across multiple regions simultaneously. The idea behind R2P was revolutionary, but over the last 2 decades, we have collectively failed to implement it effectively. At the same time, the world has not stood motionless. The rapid rise of new and emerging technologies, newly evolving threats, and the complexities of globalization have all covered, heavily contributing to the deeply tense and dangerous situation we face today. It is precisely within this challenging modern context and with this profound sense of duty that Hungary welcomes the current draft articles on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity adopted by the International Law Commission. We firmly believe that the adoption of new binding convention based on these ILC's draft articles will fill a critical long-standing gap in national law. Our global legal architecture has left a vacuum for too long, and this text provides us with a historic opportunity to reinforce the values of human dignity. We support the adoption of a convention that contributes to strengthen the coherence of international law, establishes clear and legally sound obligations, and effectively complements existing international mechanisms. In doing so, we must approach the remaining negotiations with both moral clarity and legal precision.
Hungary attaches particular importance to ensuring that this new convention remains fully consistent with the fundamental principles of international criminal law. Foremost among these are the principles of legal certainty and the profound respect for the sovereignty of states. Hungary strongly condemns crimes against humanity. These atrocities represent some of the most serious violations of human dignity known to mankind, and they leave deep, lasting scars on the international community as a whole. They are not local tragedies, they are assaults on our collective humanity. Therefore, we share a collective responsibility to strengthen our efforts to prevent, investigate, and prosecute such crimes, and to relentlessly combat impunity. To demonstrate our unwavering commitment to these principles, the government of Hungary has halted and reversed the process of withdrawing from the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court and denouncing the agreement of the privileges and immunities of the ICC. Hungary has chosen to stand firmly by its international obligations, returning to the very heart of the global accountability framework. Mr. President, ensuring justice for victims, preserving historical memory, and prompting accountability remain essential, non-negotiable elements of our common commitment. We owe it to those who suffered the past to remember their stories, and also to future generations to ensure that never again becomes legal reality, not just a political slogan. For these reasons, Hungary stands as a steadfast advocate for this cause. We fully support international cooperation aimed at ensuring an effective, unified, and resolute response to crime against humanity. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Hungary. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czechia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the statement of the EU and a group of friends of the responsibility to protect. In my national capacity, let me reaffirm our strong commitment to the responsibility to protect. At a time of rising geopolitical tensions and growing strain on international norms, R2P remains an essential framework for preventing genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. As highlighted in this year's report of the Secretary General, civilians continue to be disproportionately affected by armed conflict. We share the Secretary General's view that we must move beyond reactive responses towards ensuring sustained, systematic atrocity prevention. Prevention should be embedded in national policies, governance, and international cooperation at every stage, from early risk detection to post-conflict recovery. The Security Council has a central role to play. It must act promptly and decisively where populations are at risk of atrocity crimes. We continue to support efforts to make R2P more effective, including the French-Mexican initiative on veto restraint. Closer cooperation between New York and Geneva matters just as much. The Human Rights Council and its mechanisms provide important early warning signals that should more consistently inform the work of the Security Council and the General Assembly. Strengthening early warning capacities across the UN system remains essential, including through the work of the Office on Genocide Prevention and R2P. Mr. President, we remain deeply concerned by situations around the world where populations are at risk of atrocity crimes. Continued international attention is essential to protection and accountability. And accountability is itself a cornerstone of prevention. We also note the growing impact of emerging technologies. Their misuse can exacerbate risks to civilians and complicate accountability. This underlines the need to ensure that the governance of new technologies remains firmly grounded in established international law. Mr. President, effective prevention must be inclusive. Civil society, human rights defenders, and affected communities are vital to early warning and response, and their voices, including those of survivors, should meaningfully shape prevention and protection strategies. The Czech Republic continues to support international cooperation on atrocity prevention, including through the global network of R2P focal points. Our task now is to turn these commitments into consistent and practical action. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Czechia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, the Secretary General report recorded a sharp surge in civilian deaths, with women and children disproportionately affected. In 2025 alone, over 48,000 people were killed in armed conflicts, and 117 million are forcibly displaced. These figures are not abstract. They represent families, communities, and futures erased from this planet. Allow me to underscore three essential priorities. First, prevention must come first. Indonesia reaffirms that preventing atrocity crimes begins with addressing their root causes: poverty, inequality, and human rights violations. Sustainable prevention is achieved through dialogue, inclusive development, and cooperation, not coercion or unilateral sanctions. We emphasize the centrality of dialogue and responsibility to protect, whether through strengthening national frameworks or joint prevention culture in the region. Dialogue is a fundamental and strategic tool across period of stability, emerging risks, and crisis. In ASEAN and beyond, Indonesia has championed dialogue as part of confidence-building measures to prevent escalation and strengthen regional resilience. Second, the responsibility to protect must be applied without double standards. The credibility of the R2P depends on rejecting politicization and selectivity. Equally important is full respect and adherence to law in implementing R2P. At a time where conflicts escalate and challenges are evolving rapidly, more than ever, we need the principles of the UN Charter and international law to be applied consistently in upholding justice and accountability for atrocity crimes. At national level, Indonesia remains committed to implement its relevant legislations to prevent atrocity crimes, including Law Number 7 of 2012 on Social Conflict Management, Law Number 26 of 2000 on Human Rights Court, and the Criminal Code. Third, a universal commitment to the responsibility to protect means acknowledging the humanitarian and protection crisis in Palestine. As clearly warned by UN human rights experts, Palestinians are facing an accelerating campaign of ethnic cleansing and annexation. Silence in the face of persistent settler violence, state-backed terror, and unlawful policies against the Palestinians undermines the legitimacy of R2P. Until the two-state solution is achieved, unlawful occupation ended, and Palestinian rights to self-determination, return, independence, and statehood realized, R2P remains an abstract aspiration. Mr. President, the principles of international cooperation are currently under strain, and it is our belief that safeguarding the R2P will restore trust in multilateral system. Indonesia stands ready to work with all within UN framework and to advance global efforts in preventing atrocities. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, the responsibility to protect, adopted unanimously in 2005, remains a central pillar of our collective commitment to preventing genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Switzerland reaffirmed its full support for this principle and for its effective implementation. Switzerland underlined the essential role of the United Nations system, in particular the Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect. We welcome the strengthened cooperation between the two special advisors, which contributes to greater coherence across the UN system and highlights the complementary nature of their respective mandates. We also thank the Secretary General for his report, whose orientation we share. Allow me to highlight 3 points. First, the increasing number of serious violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law in numerous conflict situations increases the risk of atrocity crimes. Respect for international law, including the Genocide Convention, remains essential. Switzerland also supports the use of tools such as the Framework of Analysis for Atrocity Crimes to strengthen early warning and risk assessment. Second, the effective implementation of the responsibility to protect requires a coherent approach at all levels. Switzerland encourages strengthening institutional resilience, inclusive governance, and the rule of law, while supporting the role of regional organizations in early warning, preventive diplomacy, and capacity building. At the international level, we stress the need for swift and decisive collective action in the face of the risk of atrocity crimes, and we call on the permanent members of the Security Council to exercise restraint in the use of the veto, in accordance with the ACT Group Code of Conduct and the French-Mexican Initiative. Third, we share concerns regarding the increasing use of drones, autonomous weapon systems, and military applications of artificial intelligence in armed conflicts. These developments raise significant challenges with regard to compliance with international law, appropriate human control, the protection of civilians, and accountability. Under no circumstances should these new technologies be used to justify permissive interpretations of existing legal obligations. On the contrary, their existence makes it all the more necessary to ensure full respect for international humanitarian law, as well as accountability and the protection of civilians. We also recognize the potential of artificial intelligence to strengthen prevention systems. However, its development and use must be governed by international law, including international human rights law, particularly with regard to accountability, oversight, and non-discrimination. These are all topics that will be discussed in the meetings in Geneva this week. The need for a proactive, consistent, and sustainable implementation of the responsibility to protect has never been more urgent. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
I thank you for convening this meeting on the responsibility to protect, and I thank the Secretary General for his report. Italy aligns itself with the statements of the European Union and Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends of the responsibility to protect, and would like to add the following remarks in its national capacity. We reiterate our support for the principles of the responsibility to protect. At its core, the responsibility to protect is a commitment to prevent and mitigate the risk of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Preventing these crimes requires sustained efforts to identify and address the root causes and risk factors that may lead to atrocities. In this regard, the Secretary General report rightly reminds us that the prevention cannot begin only when warning signs become unmistakable. It must instead be embedded in public policies of early warning that strengthen resilience and reduce vulnerability to atrocity crimes. Italy fully shares the preventive and cooperative approach based on prevention, protection, and non-recurrence. Mr. President, the figures presented in the report remain deeply concerning. Over 120 armed conflicts were recorded in 2025. More than 200 million people live under the control of non-state armed groups or beyond the effective reach of state institutions. And nearly 239 million require urgent humanitarian assistance. Behind these figures are millions of people affected by discrimination, persecution, forced displacement, and violence, with civilians, especially women and children, bearing the heaviest burden. Italy therefore reaffirms the importance of accountability, transitional justice, and support for survivors and affected communities as indispensable elements of sustainable peace and effective post-conflict recovery. Mr. President, we believe that protecting populations from atrocity crimes also requires addressing the conditions that make such societies more vulnerable to violence. Extreme poverty, human rights violations, weak institutions, and impunity are among the risk factors that must be recognized and addressed before they become drivers of conflict and atrocities. Investing in human rights, sustainable development, and resilient institutions is therefore an essential investment in prevention. Italy stands ready to continue working with all member states, the United Nations, regional organizations, civil society, to strengthen prevention, protect populations at risk, and translate our shared commitment to the responsibility to protect into meaningful action. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
Mr. President, my delegation would like to begin by thanking the Chef de Cabinet of the Secretary General for the presentation of the annual SG's report on the responsibility to protect. And we would like to thank the Special Advisor of the Secretary General, Ms. Mo Blika, for their constant commitment. We fully align ourselves with the statement delivered on behalf of the 55 members of the Group of Friends on the Responsibility to Protect that Morocco has the honor of co-chairing alongside Guatemala and Luxembourg. This discussion is being held at a time where the international system is under significant strain. As underscored in the Secretary General's latest report, the last year was marked by more than 120 armed conflicts, more than 48,000 deaths between December 2024 and November 2025, and more than 2.4 million people living under full or partial control of non-state armed groups. These figures remind us, as if it were needed, that the responsibility to protect is an obligation that affects people's lives. I would now like to express my delegation's perspectives through the following points. Firstly, the responsibility to protect is an institutionalized, supported principle, as recalled in the SG's report. Prevention cannot be reactive or episodic. It must begin well before the occurrence of certain events and continue into recovery phases. Secondly, consistency and non-selectivity remain the precondition for ensuring the credibility of R2P. As chair of the Group of Friends on the Responsibility to Protect, Morocco reiterates its steadfast belief that the responsibility to protect loses all legitimacy when it is applied unequally. It is specifically in a context of geopolitical polarization where the impartial application of R2P is particularly important. The UN 80 reform is an opportunity to consolidate the human rights pillar. Morocco is closely following the UN 80 reform process and highlights the overwhelming need to ensure that this strengthens the protection and human rights promotion mechanisms, which represent the operational part of the R2P, while also ensuring that resources are provided without undermining the UN's ability to detect atrocities and respond thereto. Fourth, combating hate speech remains a pillar for prevention, fully aware that hate speech is a precursor to grave human rights violations. Morocco has made the combating of this scourge a national and international priority. And on the 18th of June, the International Committee celebrated the adoption of the relevant declaration that was presented to the General Assembly by Morocco and unanimously adopted in 2023. Likewise, Morocco continues to implement the phased plan of action in addressing religious and racial hate speech. Finally, the combating impunity remains essential to ensuring non-recurrence for atrocities. Morocco encourages strengthened judicial assistance between states and increasing use of the UPR within the Human Rights Council as a prevention mechanism. My delegation is also very closely following the ongoing negotiations with regard to a draft convention on the prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity, which would fill a gap within the international legal framework, as is highlighted in the SG's report. The transitional justice process is based on the complementary pillars of truth, justice, reparation, and the guarantee of non-repetition. These are all essential to address these atrocity crimes and lay the foundations for lasting peace. President, to conclude, the Kingdom of Morocco reaffirms its resolute commitment to the responsibility to protect and our readiness to continue to work with all member states so as to translate this commitment into specific acts for the benefit of the populations that we protect. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Morocco. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia.
Mr. President, Special Advisor for R2P, we thank the Secretary General and his Special Advisor for R2P for the yearly report. We thank all partners in the UN system for their support and for raising awareness of our responsibility to protect civilians from mass atrocity crimes wherever they happen. Slovenia aligns itself with the EU statement as well as with the statement of the group of friends of the R2P. We would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Mr. President, Slovenia remains unwaveringly committed to multilateralism and international law. In the same vein, Slovenia remains strongly committed to upholding the principle of responsibility to protect. This consensually accepted principle is a promise to the victims of the past and to the generations of the future. And yet, in a world increasingly defined by erosion of accountability, upholding this promise is more challenging than ever. When violations of international principles are being normalized, world security and stability are at stake. If one norm is broken, the rest begins to crumble. International law is the key to the world order, to the world peace. Mr. President, sustained responsibility to protect populations includes prevention, protection, and non-recurrence based on respect for human rights. The most vulnerable, children, women, persons with disabilities, and older persons, represent the largest group of victims and casualties. History teaches us that no society is immune to mass atrocity
crimes. Therefore, actively promotes international justice, supports preventive diplomacy, and contributes to peacekeeping operations. We strive to uphold international human rights and humanitarian law, accountability mechanisms, support and work with civil society, and live the promise. Besides our strong support to all international courts and tribunals, we would like to highlight the new mechanism, the Ljubljana, The Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the Investigation and Prosecution of Genocide Crimes against Humanity, War Crimes, and other international crimes. This convention is an effort to streamline cooperation between states on mutual legal assistance and extradition for core international crimes. Last but not least, we strongly believe that veto power in the UN Security Council should not be used in situations where there is a clear threat of mass atrocity crimes, as it hinders effective decision-making and prevents action that would protect populations in a timely and effective manner. Mr. President, it is up to us, each and every member of the UN, to uphold our responsibility to protect populations from mass atrocity crimes. Slovenia will continue its national efforts to promote R2P and stands ready to continue to support international efforts to prevent mass atrocity crimes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovenia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and associates itself with a statement delivered on behalf of the group of friends of the responsibility to protect. Germany thanks the Secretary General for his report and the Special Advisor on the responsibility to protect for her continued and important work. Coming at a time when the global conflict landscape and the scale of violence against civilians have reached a breaking point, the report provides a timely reminder of the importance of prevention, accountability, and sustained attention. First, on prevention, the warning signs of atrocity crimes are rarely invisible, but too often they are ignored. As the report notes, preventing atrocity crimes requires sustained attention long before warning signs materialize and turn into physical violence. We must build prevention into every phase during times of stability and rising risks, throughout active crises and conflicts, and in the recovery that follows, and ensure political attention, institutional preparedness, and the willingness to act before risks escalate. This means alertness to and countering the root causes of violence, from discrimination, exclusion, and hate speech, to shrinking civic spaces and impunity, all of which generate environments in which atrocity risks grow. Prevention, therefore, requires more than a particular institutional setup. It requires constant action. The United Nations plays a crucial role in this context. Germany appreciates the important contributions of the R2P mandates, the Peacebuilding Fund, as well as the human rights system more broadly, including the OHCHR. This is why Germany has invested in early warning systems, supporting UN mechanisms, regional organizations, and civil society to detect conflict risks and mobilize rapid responses. Second, on accountability, effective transitional justice and accountability are essential to prevent future cycles of violence following the insufficient resolution of the last. Dealing with the past is a long and difficult task. This is why Germany is a long-term supporter of nationally led transitional justice processes around the world to contribute to building a peaceful and stable future. Germany also reaffirms its unwavering support for the International Criminal Court and for independent international justice. We share the concern expressed in the report that actions directed at officials of the ICC risk undermining accountability efforts and weakening the international order based on international law. Instead, what is needed is combating impunity for international crimes. Germany is therefore strongly committed to the negotiations on the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes Against Humanity and encourages all delegations to engage constructively in this process. Third, on sustained attention. The level of international attention that each crisis setting receives ebbs and flows all too rapidly, while the suffering of civilian populations persists, regardless whether it is widely noticed or not. Trust in our collective commitment to protect populations relies on principled and even-handed engagement that remains present as long as civilians are at risk. This is why Germany, together with partners, called an urgent debate in the Human Rights Council last week to address the dramatic situation in El Obeid, Sudan. The city has been under continuous attack and faces the risk of a full-scale invasion and large-scale atrocities. Mr. President, ultimately, the responsibility to protect is a test of political will. Its credibility depends not on the commitments we proclaim, but on the actions we take. Germany remains determined to play its part in fulfilling the promise of the responsibility to protect. Populations at risk around the world deserve nothing less from all of us. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I would like to thank the Special Advisor for R2P and the Secretary-General for the report. As the report highlights, we meet at a time of deepening global fragility. Conflict is intensifying and driving patterns of violence that continue to devastate civilian populations, including women and children. The UK supports the report's recommendations and is already taking action across them. First, on strengthening early warning and prevention, the UK is investing in evidence-based analysis to better identify and respond to atrocity risks. Through our support to the United Nations Conflict Risk Analytics Fund and partnerships with research and civil society organisations, we are strengthening early warning and embedding atrocity risk analysis within our policy making. Second, on sustained action across prevention, protection and accountability, we are working to address emerging drivers of violence, including hate speech. For example, in Sudan, the UK is providing £3 million to civil society partners to counter threats, strengthen resilience and promote accountability. As part of this, we have partnered with the Thompson Foundation to support local journalists and media outlets by equipping them with the tools to track, analyse and counter harmful narratives in a conflict environment. On accountability, we are committed to strengthening international justice. The UK continues to support the International Criminal Court, actively engage in discussions on the draft articles on crimes against humanity, and co-chair one of the work streams of the ICRC's global initiative to galvanise support for international humanitarian law. Third, on multilateral cooperation, no country can meet the challenges set out in the Secretary-General's report alone. The UK is working through the UN and partners to strengthen collective action, including through initiatives such as the Coalition for Atrocity Prevention and Justice in Sudan. We continue to support efforts across a range of contexts to protect civilians and reinforce accountability. President, we encourage all Member States to implement the report's recommendations to strengthen national prevention capabilities, invest in early warning, and reinforce international accountability frameworks. The UK remains committed to working with partners to ensure that our commitment to RTP delivers meaningful protection for those most at risk. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nicaragua.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, we convey to the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and to all of the beloved Venezuelan people our sincere and constant feelings of solidarity following this great tragedy caused by the devastating earthquake. Nicaragua stands firm against genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, which must be combated in line with commitments for development and peace, while also respecting sovereignty and multipolarity. The use of the policies implemented under the framework of the so-called responsibility to protect has been and continues to be manipulated by disguised interventionists who are attempting to justify in various ways their own interference in the internal affairs of states and through the threat and use of force to destabilize and promote situations to change legitimate governments. President, we reiterate that the concept of responsibility to protect causes serious doubts for several countries, particularly small and developing countries, due to the ambiguity of several elements of it that can be easily shaped for political purposes to be aligned with the selfish agenda of imperialism and neocolonialism. Those who advocate for this type of policies that does not enjoy international consensus do not, with the same belief and resources, promote the urgent need to address and resolve the root causes of conflicts, including poverty, inequality, underdevelopment, foreign occupation, unilateral coercive measures, and other forms of domination that condemn millions of people to exclusion and suffering. President, the Western double standards in terms of the responsibility to protect is all too evident in the genocide perpetrated against the Palestinian people, where civilians have not been protected and where Israel continues with full impunity and with the support of countries that are some of the loudest advocates of this concept. The suffering and pain imposed on Palestine is promoted with words, weapons, money, and vetoes. It has shielded the attacker and doomed the Palestinian people to hunger, death, and displacement. President, Nicaragua reaffirms that only through true multilateralism based on full respect for the United Nations Charter, international law, and the sovereign equality of states will it be possible to build lasting peace and prevent the various threats facing humanity. Likewise, it is just as urgent to bring an immediate end to illegal unilateral coercive measures that represent a violation of international law and the UN Charter. Such measures represent a serious obstacle to sustainable development, eradicating poverty, and ensuring the well-being of our peoples. President, we are consolidating a fairer, democratic, sustainable, solidarity-based, multipolar world where we can uphold the struggle of our peoples in the face of the old and new forms of colonial, neocolonial, and imperialist imposition. The United Nations will have to accept this reality for the benefit of the new world order. Nicaragua will remain committed to fighting for peace for the peoples of the global south who are yearning for a multipolar world at these times of multiple challenges affecting humanity. We advocate for reinforced trust and for reactivating the global solidarity. Thank you.
Representative of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Cuba believes the responsibility to protect is a grave conceptual error as a principle of international law because it lacks recognized legal status. This concept presents undefined scopes, an unconsensual mechanism for implementation, and arbitrary criteria of assessment that have still not been validated by member states. It is risk of political manipulation. We note with concern how these labels are being selectively applied to categorize situations such as new protection challenges without the unanimous support of this assembly. nor is it acceptable to grant mandates to organs such as the Human Rights Council to assess states in non-consensus-based areas. The international community should prioritize support to state in the exercise of their primary responsibilities. President, R2P gives rise to serious concerns among developing states, particularly in the midst of an international system marked by power asymmetries. Our fundamental concerns are related to the lack of decision on who decides when to apply the protection subjectivity and the subjectivity to declare state subjectivity and arbitrary use of its implementation for interventionist purposes. It is alarming to see the lack of mechanisms guaranteeing the prior consent of the state concerned or preventing the creation of an alleged intervention criteria. It is likewise concerning to see the use of unilateral coercive measures as an instrument to deliberately provoke the worsening of economic and social conditions in states, with the declared purpose of creating humanitarian crises as a pretext to allow for purported interventions, regime change, and to subvert sovereign states. The prolonged economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed on Cuba that has been strengthened with the energy siege and now combined with criminal aggression is a specific example of this. These measures are contrary to the UN Charter. They hamper our development, have a direct impact on our population, and they open the door to narratives that seek to justify eventual potential interventionist practices under humanitarian claims. Mr. President, the ambiguity of R2P and its 3 pillars directly undermine the principles of the UN Charter. Cuba reaffirms that effective protection means addressing root causes, the unfair international economic order, endemic poverty, and social exclusion. Paradoxically, those who promote this concept overlook addressing such issues. The international community has an irrevocable duty to act in the light of atrocity crimes, but never through concepts that are not based on consensus and that violate.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Chair. Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and of the Group of Friends of Responsibility to Protect, and I would like to make the few points in a national capacity. We thank the Secretary General for his report and for the conclusions contained therein. We also thank the UN Special Advisor on the Responsibility to Protect for her important work and for the commitment to the implementation of the RTP mandate. 21 years after the inception of the R2P remains a relevant and actionable framework for preventing atrocity, crimes, and safeguarding at-risk population. Bulgaria reiterates its unwavering commitment to the responsibility to protect and its 3 pillars, and is convinced that a shift in the prevention efforts is required at national, regional, and international level combined to ensure that prevention, accountability, and institutional reform are mutually complementing and reinforcing each other. At a time when record numbers of people are either at risk or already enduring atrocity crimes, the international community must urgently translate its commitment to R2P into concrete action by upholding and defending the norms and principles of the safeguard humanity, as reflected in the international law, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law. UN Security Council, as the UN body with the primary responsibility for maintaining the international peace and security, should better utilize Council working methods to bring potential atrocity situations under consideration as early as possible, and to ensure that all provisions of the UN Charter are implemented with consistency, transparency, and in full, as UN member states agreed by consensus in the Pact for the Future. Equally critical is the commitment to advance the UN practical tools and mechanisms for more effective R2P implementation. This requires, first and foremost, strengthening the institutional mandates of the special advisors on the prevention of genocide and R2P, affording them the political, financial, and technical support needed to prioritize preventive engagement and effectively utilize the early warning toolkit. While we commend the special advisor for their ongoing work, we would also like to encourage them to speak up when atrocities occur and are about to occur, and to systematically share their analysis of emerging crises with both the broader UN membership and across the UN system. The sustained implementation of the responsibility to protect at the national, regional, and multilateral levels require consistent engagement by the UN member states through investment in early warning systems, support for peacekeeping and mediation, adoption of relevant legislation, and for the protection of vulnerable populations, and participation in partnerships that promote atrocity prevention. The UN member states should also ensure that the UN 80 reform process will strengthen UN ability to implement the protection mandates. In closing, I would like to emphasize that accountability for atrocities is essential, but it cannot replace our primary obligation of states to prevent conflict and protect civilians. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico, also speaking on behalf of France.
Mr. President, more than 20 years after the adoption of the World Summit Outcome Document from 2005 relating to the responsibility to protect, this matter remains a solemn commitment and an urgent need. It reminds us that sovereignty entails the primary responsibility of every state to protect its population from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. It also reminds us that the international community has the responsibility to encourage and assist states in upholding this duty and acting collectively in accordance with the United Nations Charter on a case-by-case basis, ensuring that international action remains complementary and does not substitute national efforts. The Secretary General's report on this matter describes a global picture which is swiftly worsening, marked by the escalation of armed conflicts, entrenched governance crises, and eroding respect for international law. This context demands a consistent prevention agenda and a UN system that is able to act quickly, early, consistently, and decisively. Mexico and France underscore that preventing atrocities is indivisible from respect for international law, including international humanitarian law, human rights law, and refugee law. Accountability is just as essential. Impunity fuels repetition, while justice, truth, and reparation, as well as guarantees of non-repetition, are necessary to break cycles of violence and to restore trust in institutions. Against this backdrop, we would like to reiterate the validity of the Franco-Mexican initiative relating to refraining from using the veto in cases of mass atrocities. When acts of genocide are war crimes, large-scale war crimes or crimes against humanity are committed, the Security Council must be able to act. The veto should not be used to block timely and decisive action that could either prevent or respond to mass atrocities while respecting the legal framework of the Charter and the institutional balance between the bodies of the United Nations. The Franco-Mexican initiative doesn't demand a modification of the United Nations Charter. It is a political commitment that is fully in line with the prerogatives of the Security Council and those of its members. It calls on the permanent members of the Council to reach an agreement to collectively and voluntarily refrain from using the veto in the case of mass atrocities, while also preserving the Charter's legal framework. This initiative aims to prevent paralysis of the Council when populations are facing the most serious crimes under international law. The aim of the initiative is to bolster the resources available, the means available to the United Nations to uphold the principles of justice, peace, and human dignity when these are under threat. This initiative is one of those that seeks to address the Council's inaction in the same vein as the ACT Group's Code of Conduct. Together, these efforts bear out a shared belief, which is that the credibility of the multilateral system depends on its ability to act when populations are confronted with genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, or crimes against humanity. To date, 118 member states support this initiative. We invite all those states that have not yet done so, particularly the permanent members of the Security Council, to join this effort. President, guaranteeing the long-term availability of the responsibility to protect means implementing national policies that address the risk factors that strengthen institutions and that foster social inclusion. It implies a need to strengthen and build national capacities, support early warning, listen to affected communities, protect civil society, guarantee accountability, and prevent warning signs from leading to further atrocities.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Myanmar.
Mr. President, I thank the Secretary General and his special advisors on R2P for the report. The primary responsibility to protect civilians falls on a state. However, once a state fails to do so, the international community should bear the necessary responsibility to protect vulnerable populations. In this regard, I wish to underscore the following three pillars of R2P with regard to Myanmar, where its people have been clearly and loudly appealing to the international community to protect them. First, responsibility to protect its populations from mass atrocities crimes. Following the illegal coup in 2021, the military junta has demolished our democratic institutions, the rule of law, and judicial independence to commit mass atrocities with complete impunity. Their flagrant violations amounting to war crimes and crimes against humanity had been repeatedly documented by the UN. More than 8,100 people have been killed by the military junta. Over 3.7 million people are internally displaced. The military had intensified its system-wide campaign of violence against the civilian populations, including over 1,100 area attacks and 20 massacres within 70 days of its sham administration from 20 April to 30 June this year. The military junta remains the primary and willful perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity in Myanmar. Second, responsibility of the international community to assist states in meeting that responsibility. Protections of affected populations, accountability for perpetrators, and transitional justice for victims are closely intertwined and mutually reinforcing. In response to heinous and widespread crimes of the military junta, the National Unity Government has declared in July 2021 its acceptance of the jurisdictions of the ICC in accordance with Article 12.3 of the Rome Statute to address accountability gaps and protect the civilian populations across Myanmar. Taking this opportunity, I ask the ICC to duly consider the prosecutor's applications for an arrest warrant against Min Aung Hlaing for his crimes against the people. In addition, that NUG and the allied democratic forces are coordinating through the Steering Council for the emergence of a federal democratic union to institute a system of transitional justice to achieve justice and accountability for victims of injustices during the conflict. We call on the international community to support the SCEF in their endeavors to eradicate the military dictatorship and build a federal democratic union for sustained protections and preventive measures. Third, responsibility of the international community to take appropriate collective actions in a timely and decisive manner. Over 5 years since the coup, the international community has explored diplomatic, humanitarian, and other peaceful means, including ASEAN 5-point consensus and Security Council Resolution 2669 to address the situation in Myanmar. However, the realities on the ground demonstrate complete inadequacy of such measures. Protections of affected populations therefore requires decisive actions by the international community, including a follow-up Security Council resolution under Chapter 7 and the cessations of flow of arms, jet fuel, and other dual-use items to the military junta. The awaited decisions of the ICJ on the case of the Gambia versus Myanmar should serve
as an opportunity to hold the military junta and its leadership accountable for their international crimes against the people. In conclusion, Mr. President, Myanmar reaffirms our responsibility to protect populations from genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing, including through their prevention and incitement. The international community cannot remain a bystander. Moreover, I wish to demand that any country should not complicit to the military junta's ongoing atrocities by having unwarranted engagement with them. It will be in the history of Myanmar, and the people of Myanmar will always remember painfully and bitterly them. Time is of the essence. Please save the lives of the people of Myanmar and their future. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Myanmar. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. Ireland aligns itself with the statements of the European Union and the group of friends of the responsibility to protect. Today gives us an opportunity to acknowledge the millions of victims of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, to pay tribute to those who we failed to protect over the last decades. However, as we know, atrocity crimes are sadly not confined to the past, but rather continue to this day. In that regard, Ireland underscores the importance of atrocity prevention, which remains a profound challenge for the international community. There are well-known and well-understood early warning signs, which include human rights violations, incitement to violence, and dehumanization. Tackling hate speech in all its forms and addressing the root causes of these crimes is essential if we are truly committed to act on our duties to protect and also to prevent atrocities. Despite a global geopolitical backdrop of instability and fragmentation in the international legal order, each state has a duty to protect its population from atrocities. As outlined in the Secretary General's latest report on responsibility to protect, we can no longer take episodic or reactive measures in the face of heinous crimes. Preventative actions must be embedded in our governance systems, in national, regional, and multilateral policies and practices. Upholding international law, preserving the legitimacy of the responsibility to protect doctrine, and ensuring cooperation among governments, affected communities, civil society organizations, regional bodies, and the UN system itself are powerful means to protect people. Crucially, we must ensure that perpetrators are held accountable and brought to justice. As such, Ireland is a committed supporter of the International Criminal Court as an essential actor in the fight against impunity. In the wake of atrocities, rebuilding social cohesion and trust is essential to breaking the cycle of violence and preventing future conflicts. Supporting local communities and civil society organizations, as well as educational and reconciliation initiatives, and protecting the offices and mandates of the special representatives of the Secretary General are important tools to prevent reoccurrence. President, we must use our voices to speak out against these atrocities, and we must ensure that our words extend beyond these walls, finding their expression in policies and procedures necessary to deliver on our obligations and on our commitments. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, delegation of the DPRK would like to clarify its principal position on the agenda item, the responsibility to protect and prevention of the genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity as follows. The respect for sovereignty and self-determination, the refraining from the threat or use of the force against territorial integrity, and non-intervention in the internal affairs of others, a main principle of the UN Charter and cornerstone of international relations. From these principles, a responsibility for protection of its people from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity rest entirely with the sovereign state. However, some Western countries are abusing the concept of the R2P as a political tool to ignore and violate the sovereignty and the right to self-determination, and to justify interference in internal affairs of sovereign states under the pretext of the humanitarian intervention, which has already rejected by international community. Genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity are not attributable to inability of the state to protect its people, but a result of the serious violation of the sovereignty of sovereign state. Ongoing armed conflict, terrorism, military attack against the sovereign state are killing innocent people, and mass destruction in the Middle East are a result of the illegal interference by the Western country under the name of the so-called maintaining international peace and security. A reality clearly shows that R2P is nothing more than a political tool applying selectively against developing countries and the sophism that justify intervention in their internal affairs while destroying the purpose and principle of the UN Charter and norms of international law. The R2P must not be applied to interfere in internal affairs of the sovereign states under any circumstances. In conclusion, my delegation reaffirms that the principle of the respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in internal affairs should be strictly observed. An issue of the R2P should be dealt with keeping with the common demands and interests of all member states. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving us the floor. Mr. President, we thank the Secretary General and his team for presenting this year's report. Rwanda aligns itself with the statement delivered by Luxembourg on behalf of the group of friends of responsibility to protect, and we align by that statement. Mr. President, 20 years after the World Summit, the question is no longer whether we support the responsibility to protect. The real question is whether we apply it consistently. Secretary General's report rightly reminds us that atrocity crimes do not begin with mass killings. They begin with discrimination, exclusion, persecution, hate speech, and the gradual dehumanization of communities or community. Like most speakers highlighted, prevention therefore requires acting before violence escalates and not after it has consumed lives. Mr. President, the report of the Secretary General notes that more than 120 armed conflicts were recorded in 2025, resulting in over 48,000 deaths, while more than 2 million people live under armed groups state-controlled areas. These figures demonstrate that the greatest challenge today we have is not absence of the early warning, it is the absence of early action. Following the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, Rwanda rebuilt itself by making prevention a permanent responsibility of the state. We strengthened accountable institutions, criminalized genocide ideology, promoted reconciliation and eco-citizenship, and embedded prevention into our national institutions. Our experience confirms that prevention succeeds when it is nationally owned, sustained, and inclusive. Mr. President, for years, successive United Nations reports have documented patterns of discrimination, hate speech, identity-based persecution, and incitement that constitute well-established indicators of atrocity crimes. Warning signs have been repeatedly identified, yet meaningful action is not seen on the ground. Even more concerning is that despite such evidence, those responsible are too often shielded by political considerations, allowing impunity to prevail over accountability and leaving vulnerable communities without protection they deserve and expect from international community. Nothing undermines confidence building, even in the responsibility to protect, more than selective application. Prevention cannot depend on political convenience, nor can accountability be determined by geopolitical interest. It must be guided by principle, applied consistently, and implemented without double standard. Mr. President, finally, the responsibility to protect was created because the world failed in Rwanda. If we continue to acknowledge warning signs while choosing political convenience over principled action, if we continue to shield those responsible instead of holding them accountable, and if we continue to address the consequences of conflict while ignoring its root causes, then we are not simply failing the responsibility to protect itself. We are repeating the very failures that gave birth to it. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Rwanda. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me take this opportunity for thanking you for convening this annual debate on the responsibility to protect and the prevention of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, which are converging pillars of peace and security and human rights, while placing focus on the need for all states to take enhanced actions towards protecting civilians against grave crimes. We would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the Office on Genocide Prevention and the Responsibility to Protect, and the Special Advisor of the Secretary General, Ms. Mo Bleeker, for the work done thus far. And indeed also thank the Secretary General for his latest report on this matter entitled Sustained Implementation on the Responsibility to Protect at the National, Regional, and Multilateral levels. It is highly regrettable that 21 years after the 2005 World Summit outcomes, states are failing to protect their populations or populations under their occupation from these heinous crimes. Mr. President, we firmly believe that states have the primary responsibility to protect and to combat actions that lead to atrocity crimes or ethnic cleansing. In this regard, we urge all states, and particularly those in active conflict, to develop and implement policies that combat actions that lead to atrocity crimes or ethnic cleansing, and promote practices that encourage peaceful coexistence and accommodate diversity. Racial, ethnic discrimination and the failure to manage diversity are too often a root cause of these heinous crimes. At the multilateral level, it is critical that as member states, we converge on the need to implement the responsibility to protect in a consistent manner across regions and in different conflict contexts. Preventative diplomacy, including early warning capacity, should be enhanced to prevent and protect populations from atrocity crimes. Mr. President, in the context of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, Israel, as the occupying power, has a responsibility to protect all who live in Palestine. This responsibility is not transferable. In this regard, we reiterate our call for Israel to comply with the provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. In addition to states' responsibility, the international system also has an obligation to take action against the genocide and the flagrant violation of the Geneva Conventions through the destruction of civilian and humanitarian infrastructure. The international community cannot be indifferent to atrocity crimes and egregious violation of human rights. In closing, I would like to underscore that the responsibility to protect against genocide, ethnic cleansing, and other crimes against humanity must be rooted in national level plans and policies and applied consistently without double standards at multilateral level. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of South Africa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Republic of Argentina would like to thank the Secretary General for the preparation of the report that we are considering today, and we congratulate Ms. Moblica and Mr. Shaloka Bayani for their work at the United Nations to make the know-how and the necessary tools for the adoption of prevention and protection policies to put those within the reach of all countries. Argentina shares the view set out in the report relating to the importance of having coordinated development on the responsibility to protect at the national, regional, and multilateral levels to promote a consistent consolidation of such principles so that they can apply both at times of political stability and also during periods of emerging risk. When early warning, prevention, and protection are fully integrated into public policy objectives at the national, regional, and international level, effective and, above all, sustainable prevention and protection can be achieved. For this reason, the implementation at the national level is so essential. This through the development of institutional mechanisms and legal frameworks, including the appointment of focal points to cement public policies that are focused on true prevention. Mr. President, for Argentina, our commitment to the prevention of genocide and the responsibility to protect have been underpinned by a firm belief that has endured over the years. A demonstration of this commitment is the fact that this year our country is chairing the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. This is an international organization focused on the study and remembrance of the Holocaust and the Roma genocide. It was established in 1998 to ensure that such atrocities would never be repeated. President, Our main challenge is to move towards building a culture of early prevention. We already have all of the necessary elements and information to do this. Therefore, we must promote public policies to prevent the recurrence of atrocities and to ensure that what was conceived as an ambition in 2005 can become a prevailing reality in all countries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay aligns itself with the statement of the group of friends of R2P led by Luxembourg, and we'd like to provide the following comments in our national capacity. We're grateful for the convening of this discussion at the time at which international norms, respect for international humanitarian law, and particularly the protection of civilians, are facing unprecedented challenges. Following the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the responsibility to protect at the World Summit in 2005, we face an urgent need to translate political commitments into institutional actions that are sustainable, consistent, and do not contain double standards at a national, regional, and multilateral level to support prevention, the prevention of atrocities, the protection of our populations and vulnerable communities, and to ensure guarantees of non-repetition. We value the recent SG's report, and we agree that the prevention of atrocities cannot be reactive or episodic. It must be a continued public policy that is mainstreamed in governance in stable periods and going through post-conflict phases. We believe that R2P starts at home. It's important to strengthen institutional resilience, focusing on early warning mechanisms within our structures at all levels. Mr. President, we see, unfortunately, a weakening of international humanitarian law and international human rights law in which lax interpretations of legal obligations and selectivity are eroding the architecture that safeguards humanity. We reiterate our support for the Global Initiative for International Humanitarian Law, co-chaired by the Group of Friends on the Protection of Hospitals. In this context, we deplore the more than 3,000 attacks on health infrastructure since 2024 in violation of international humanitarian law. We also roundly condemn attacks on civilians, humanitarian workers, journalists, and human rights defenders, as well as attempts to intimidate officials of accountability mechanisms such as the international criminal courts, including the International Criminal Court, whose mandates are so essential to curb impunity. We also regret attacks on critical infrastructure and the forced displacement of more than 100 million people. Combating impunity demands strong legal frameworks and support of international bodies. In this context, in the context of the UN 80 initiative, we categorically underscore that cost reduction measures should not erode the human rights mandate nor undermine the ability of prevention, protection, and early warning mechanisms or offices. We also alert to the risks of the undue use of AI and digital technologies that would be used for censure, internet cutoffs, discriminatory content towards marginalized communities. It's important that AI governance be cemented on international law, particularly human rights law, and should enjoy human supervision. We reaffirm that the outcome document from the World Summit in 2005 remains the legitimate basis for collective action, beginning with the identification of risks, addressing root causes such as socioeconomic inequality and exclusion. Given that mass crimes are often preceded by discrimination and incitement to violence, we invite states to criminalize such conduct, of course, protecting freedom of expression and to implement the UN plan of action on addressing hate speech. We also insist on the need to adopt a gender-based approach and also focusing on the rights of victims, guaranteeing their substantive involvement in peace, transitional justice processes, and peace-building processes to rebuild the social fabric. We call for systemic inclusion of this prevention approach in early warning, mediation, and accountability mechanisms, thus strengthening preventive diplomacy in accordance with international law as ever. Likewise, the Human Rights Council must shoulder its responsibility and should not hamper efforts to address impunity. We support the Franco-Mexican initiative on restricting the use of the veto.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste.
Mr. President, Timor-Leste thanks you for convening this important debate and welcomes the Secretary General's 18th report on the responsibility to protect. We commend its emphasis on sustained implementation and on prevention as a continuous responsibility rather than a response only after atrocities have begun. For Timor-Leste, the R2P is deeply informed by our own journey. We know the devastating consequences of mass atrocities, but we also know that lasting peace can be built through justice, reconciliation, strong institutions, and respect for human dignity. Our own journey has shown that preventing atrocity crimes requires political commitment, accountable governance, and the trust of communities. The R2P begins with the state. National ownership remains the cornerstone of prevention, and every state bears the primary responsibility to protect its population from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. This responsibility is fulfilled through respect for human rights, equal access to justice, inclusive institutions, and development policies that address the root causes of instability and violence. Timor-Leste therefore welcomes the report's focus on embedding prevention across public policy. Prevention is not solely a security issue. It must also be reflected in education that promotes tolerance, in justice systems that uphold the rule of law, in social policies that reduce exclusion, and in institutions that command public confidence. Our tradition of Nahe Bitipot, or stretching the mat, which brings communities together through dialogue and consensus, demonstrates the enduring value of locally owned approaches to reconciliation and social cohesion. We are also concerned by the growing spread of hate speech, incitement to violence, and identity-based discrimination, particularly through digital platforms. History has repeatedly shown that such narratives can become precursors to atrocity crimes. Countering them requires effective legal frameworks, responsible digital governance, civic education, and the active leadership of political, religious, and community leaders in promoting tolerance and mutual respect. Mr. President, while national ownership is fundamental, prevention is also a shared international responsibility. No country should confront emerging risks in isolation. The United Nations and regional and international partners must strengthen cooperation through technical assistance, capacity building, mediation, and early warning support, always in full accordance with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The credibility to the R2P depends on its consistent, objective, and non-selective application. It must never be shaped by political expediency or geopolitical rivalry. Instead, it should unite member states around our common commitment to prevention, dialogue, partnership, and international law. As discussions on the future of R2P continue, Timor-Leste encourages an inclusive, consensus-based process focused on strengthening national resilience, enhancing preventive capacities, improving early warning mechanisms, and ensuring adequate resources for prevention. Ultimately, The success to R2P will be measured not by the number of resolutions we adopt, but by our ability to ensure that populations never face the horrors of atrocity crimes. Our own experience demonstrates that reconciliation is possible, institutions can be rebuilt, and peace can endure when prevention remains at the center of national policy. Timor-Leste remains committed to sharing its experience and learning from others. The R2P is, above all, a commitment to our common humanity. Let us honor that commitment by investing in prevention, upholding international law, and acting together before warning signs become irreversible tragedies. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Madagascar as the last speaker in this session.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. President, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for this report, which reminds us that the responsibility to protect R2P should be seen not as an episodic or one-off response to crises, but a permanent commitment to prevention. 20 years after our collective commitment to R2P was taken on, this issue remains relevant. The multiplication of conflicts, the exacerbation of humanitarian crises, mass population displacement, the rise of hate speech, disinformation fed by the technological revolution are putting to the test our collective capacity to protect the most vulnerable. Confronted with this reality, Madagascar stands convinced that our best response lies in prevention. Preventing means acting before division turns into violence, before discrimination is transformed into persecution, before crises degenerate into atrocities. Preventing means investing in robust institutions, upholding the rule of law, guaranteeing respect for human rights, building trust between citizens and the institutions that govern them, as well as promoting dialogue and inclusion. Madagascar would like to reiterate that the primary responsibility to protect falls to the state where the populace lives. This is an essential component of sovereignty, and sovereignty is not an obstacle to protection. It is the fundamental guarantee thereof. The best bulwark against interference is bolstering national prevention capacity. For Madagascar, protecting our people means first and foremost securing our territory in the face of emerging threats and in a sovereign fashion. This protection is indissociably linked from our unswerving commitment to our borders and sovereignty over our resources. National responsibility should be underpinned by international cooperation rooted in partnerships, mutual respect, capacity building, technical assistance, preventive diplomacy, as well as early warning mechanisms. To our mind, the responsibility to protect not only applies to armed conflict situations, it's also particularly important day in, day out efforts to build peace, bolster social cohesion, and establish resilient institutions. On this note, we believe that sustainable development, the reduction of inequality, good governance, and social inclusion are essential investments in the prevention of atrocities. Mr. President, the report underscores the need to uphold the credibility of R2P, and this thanks to consistent and impartial implementation of this principle. Madagascar fully subscribes to this approach because R2P cannot be used as a pretext for interference in internal affairs. Trust between states is underpinned by trust in the UN Charter, international law, and the sovereign equality of states. R2P can only remain legitimate if it is objectively applied without any selectivity and with full respect for our prior commitments. Multilateralism, therefore, remains our best collective framework for action. By way of conclusion, Mr. President, protecting people means investing in peace, development, in robust institutions, and inclusive governance. It is in this spirit that Madagascar would like to reaffirm our commitment to effective multilateralism, rooted in prevention, cooperation, and respect for international law. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Madagascar. We have had the last speaker in the debate on this item for this afternoon. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon at 3:00 p.m. in this hall, after the consideration of other items announced in the journal. The Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 131. The meeting, therefore, is adjourned.